Hello, everyone watching. My name is Ryan Sue, and I'm joined here with Jack Levy. Today we are going to be commentating the practice squad match between the North and the East here. So we're super excited to be here. Jack, what are your thoughts going into this matchup here?
Yeah, I mean, this is always an exciting series. The Next Gen series really is the next generation of MLQ talent. I mean, a ton of these players are solid roster spots on current MLQ teams. And, we're just excited to see what we have in store and probably what we're going to see next year on the field.
Yeah. So throughout this game, we're going to be working on learning these players and their names and numbers, so bear with us there. But it looks like we're going to be starting up here with our starting rush.
Yeah, you can see these teams are really supporting their practice squad players. Practice squad players are integral parts of every team here at MLQ, so it's important. And this is a great way to show their talents. Looks like we're just swapping the quad ball and dodgeballs on the starting line. And off we go. It looks like the North is going to come up with dodgeball control and the quaffle. We have the North setting up in a box with the East setting up in a trees defense. Looks like the North's going to send the ball behind, and Chicago gets on the board first here. And it looks like the North will be up 10-0.
Yeah, and that was a great goal by Matthew, who we saw throughout this MLQ championship being a snitch. But we see him here playing at the chase position.
Already seeing a stylistic difference in the way these teams run their defense. Looks like the North is running a 2-2, while the East ran a hoop zone. And it looks like a good exchange there for the North. Oh, and what a shot from the East to tie up the game at 10-10, but it's a fast break the other way.
Yep, and that's just great recognition from the East, being able to see that even though they lost that bludgeon exchange, knowing that they can pass the ball around away from that pressure into the backfield to get that open shot through the middle hoop.
Yeah, and also a great job by the East beaters to stop that fast break on the way back. Looks like the East is sending the quaffle behind hoops again. And the North is going to come up with the stop here.
Yep. It looks like we just ran into some pressure there on that side, and the two pass options that they had were a little bit close. One right next to a dodgeball, and so they're going to have to work on that spacing a little bit if they want to make sure they can have that option available under pressure.
Looks like Chicago's trying to open up the sides of the hoops here. On the drive, scoring from behind, making it 20-10, the North.
Yeah, and that was a great move by number 10, Turikar, to be able to get under that initial wrap and get that look after you beat that pressure. That's some good wrapping there by number 14, looking for a fast break.
And it looks like Chicago is going to capitalize on the fast break, making it 30-10. But the East will come away with dodgeball control. And now there are none for the Meow Stars. We got a fast break going here. Number 11 bringing the quad ball down. Wow, met with some great defense. And it looks like the North is going to come up with the quad ball.
Yep. And that's where it's important to find that initial pass option. On that fast break, you're going to be met with some sort of pressure. So make sure you get that ball out in time to keep that momentum going is really important. But good work, especially to the Chicago defense there, being able to get that initial wrap in.
We're seeing a little different of a look here from the North. Wow, the trade happens early in the play. Number 14 with the shot, and it gets blocked by number 9. The East is going to come away with the quad ball.
Yep, and that's a great read from Pilati there. Being able to see that that shooting lane was available and that shot was going to happen, getting your arm up there. So you might want to see if that continues to happen with their taller players at the hoops. Chicago implementing more of pump fakes as they get there to make sure they can get that shot look.
The East is coming down with the quaffle. They're sending it behind hoops. This is something they've been doing in their first 3 possessions. A missed wrap there, but looks like number 9 is going to get beat, and they're calling for a quad ball turnover to the Meow Stars. In the first 3 possessions of the game, it looks like the Embers have been sending the quad ball behind hoops. And this looks like to be their primary scoring option in this series.
Yeah, but what we saw there was an adaptation there, bringing dodgeball behind, having a change to slow down that initial driver so they get that dodgeball in there.
And it's the pass. The Meow Stars lose dodgeball control again, and we got a fast break for the Embers. Sprinting downfield. And the pass goes a little wide, comes up with it, and number 59 is able to shove them out of bounds to create a turnover.
Yep, and that's just great work from Kanuski there to make sure that, you know, with that initial lofted pass, you're getting that pressure right on as soon as they get the ball. It's pretty hard in that situation to avoid the out of bounds while picking up the ball there. So good heads up play by them.
The North is really running a lot of different lines here, getting a lot of different looks. Oh, looks like the East is going to come up with dodgeball control and the pressure. Going to create another fast break opportunity, and this time the East will connect, making it 20-30.
Yep, and that's why you got to be careful with that initial exchange at midfield from the beaters. At Chicago, you have to recognize when you can drive in and when that exchange was lost, and when the Boston still had, or the East, my fault, when the East still has a dodgeball there to stop that drive. Make sure you're getting that pass option available to you.
The Embers have done a great job maintaining dodgeball control throughout this game so far. It's been a while since the Meow Stars have had it back. And in exchange, looks like the Meow Stars are going to take the trade to try and get dodgeball control, but the East Embers do a great job recovering it, creating another no dodgeball situation. And it's the pass and the finish to tie up the game 30-30.
Yep. And what we're seeing there is that the East is doing a great job allowing Chicago to have some initial quad ball pressure, but by getting those dodgeballs down and having enough point defense with their chasers, you're able to get that look on that fast break in the following turnover. So good work from them.
Now we got the Meow Stars running 3 up top instead of a box. They look for the pass behind. Oh, looked like that was a pass to the side of the hoop. Just misses there, and the East Embers are going to come up with the quad ball.
Yeah, but that's a good look from Chicago, knowing that they have more pressure up top, sending that ball behind. You're going to get a look at that hoop. It was just a little bit of a bobbled catch there, but I expect that look to be around later in the game.
The East once again bringing the ball behind their hoops. And it looks like the Meow Stars are going to come up with Quadball, getting some beater pressure here. And the Embers will be able to retain Quadball here. Wow, some really great defense here by the Meow Stars, especially on the physicality of their chasers. They seem to be wrapping everyone who hits the keeper zone. Oh, yeah. And the Meow Stars getting on the board again to make it 40-30. It looks like the refs are going to talk this one over. Yeah. Brian, what have you been noticing so far in this game?
Yeah, one of the things across the board from both teams is that we've been seeing that pass options have been a little close together on these plays. So what we saw there from Chicago is even though they got the turnover there, they weren't spaced out enough for that dodgeball to have to cover a lot of options. So the East beater was able to just kind of plant there, wait to see where that ball was going to go, and make that hit. So we're going to need to see more spacing from both teams here if they're going to want to make sure they don't cause turnovers due to dodgeball throw there.
It looks like the Meow Stars are going to have dodgeball control entering this possession. It's the first time they've got it back in a while. This is huge for their team. The last time they had dodgeball control, they won on a 3-0 or 3-10 run. It also looks like they called off that goal to make it 30-30 instead of 30-40.
Yeah, it was a great dodge by number 82 from the East, negating the control that Chicago had. But it looks like they aren't able to convert on that opportunity. But they are able to get control from that play.
And it looks like the Meow Stars are bringing up the quad ball here. But they lost dodgeball control on the last possession. Let's see if they can get it back.
Yep. So they're trying to take things slow here, trying to probe the defense, look for that opportunity to get control. We see Ojas there approaching from the right side, trying to exert some pressure there.
And it looks like there's going to be a beater exchange leading to a drive and a dish behind hoops for the finish. Wow, what a fancy pass there.
Yep, and what we see too is that recovery play there from Ojas, getting that kickball back. And it looks like the East is still trying to make something happen, but Ojas wants all the pressure up top, and that is going to open up a potential press here from Chicago.
Wow, what a shot there from the Embers from behind hoops. The North did a great job there creating the opportunity with the dodgeballs on defense, and the East was able to capitalize.
Yeah, and that's where I think that the North Chasers just need to recognize the amount of pressure they could have a little bit earlier in that possession. With no dodgeballs in the play, and with the East beaters heading back to their hoops, that was a great opportunity to have a little bit more pressure there earlier on.
And it looks like a missed beat from behind hoops. Number 14 again with the score. He has been scoring a lot of goals back there.
Yep, and that's a good recognition, seeing that when that dodgeball is thrown and that's missed, that's one defensive resource that is no longer available for the East there. And if you can get around that first point defender, you're going to have a look at all three hoops.
Well, we got a missed beat on the pressure here. There's one dodgeball back on defense for the Meow Stars. The quad ball goes behind hoops. Number 77 with the quad ball is going to dish it back up to number 34. Number 34 met with a lot of pressure. And it looks like number 11 is going to pick up the quad ball, driving in. They're going to go around hoops here. They're going to dish it back up to number 77. It looks like the Embers are slowing the pace down to let all their players get back in the play after that last pressure by the Meow Stars.
Yep, and Chicago's trying to recognize that there is an opportunity to push that pressure with players out, but they weren't able to convert on that, and the East has been able to keep composure in those situations where the North wants to pressure there. They're able to make sure that they are passing the ball around, finding openings away from pressure, and getting that goal, especially through the middle hoop. They've had a lot of looks there.
That was a fantastic shot by number 6, Blanchfield. Looks like the Meow Stars are going to slow things down here, looking to get dodgeball control back. The name of the game is dodgeball control. It's alternated a couple times here in the series, and it seems that each team's been going on a run when they get control. And we got a missed opportunity there for the Meow Stars.
Yeah, and what I was seeing there from the beater end was we had the initial trade up top, which the East had advantage with because they were able to throw them back to their... We have contact from behind here. They were able to get a ball back to their hoops, but it was a great play from the North beater there to exert pressure, some physicality there, to actually take that ball away from the East there.
And it looks like the Meow Stars are going to get back on the board after that penalty. And it's going to make the score 60-50, 50-50?
Yeah, 60-50.
60-50. We got a pass down behind. Pass coming back up. Number 77 for the Embers is really leading this offense here. Takes an amazing shot. Wow. Number 77 with the shot all the way from like 3 or 4 feet outside the keeper zone.
Yep, and that's that middle hoop we've been talking about for the last couple of plays. When they're able to just get enough of a shooting lane, I mean, that shot, I don't think that the North or most players would expect that shot to be taken from that distance, but the East has that confidence to hit that middle hoop. And it looks like, yeah, we got our scores adjusted there, so we are at 60-60 tie game. Good dodge there.
Some really good beater pressure here by number 1 for the Embers. And it looks like there's going to be a turnover going the other way. We got number 34 running the ball down, dishes it to number 9, and the shot just misses. Another shooting attempt, and they get it this time, the Embers, with another goal, making it 70-60.
Yep, and not only is that great recognition of the no-budget situation there, and from that initial press that was given by 1, but we also see that it was just really good hustle there at the hoops, even though there was some pressure there on their ball carrier. They're able to get that ball out of there, and I believe that was number 34 Ruffalo that was able to kind of take that ball and find that opening even with the defense so congested.
And it looks like the Meowsters are getting the ball behind. Some great wrapping on defense for the Embers, and they're going to come away with the stop. Another fast break opportunity for the Embers. They're coming down. And another stop by the Meowsters. Wow, I mean, the Meowsters chaser defense has done a great job stopping these fast break opportunities.
Yeah, I have to agree there. What we're seeing is a lot of behind the hoops. The East is looking like they're having their chasers take responsibility of stopping the ball back there, and while that's happening, the beaters are taking a lot of exchanges up top for those transition goals. And that was a great shot block there by 51 on Chicago, stopping that fast break. But I have seen that over the course of this game, it seems that trend has been happening where the beaters are really confident taking these exchanges. We see another one there.
And it looks like number 1's going to dish number 14, who's going to finish behind hoops again, tying it up 70-70.
Yep, and that's another thing too that I think that the East is going to have to recognize is that number 14 on the North isn't someone that you're going to be able to take longer beats at. We have a stoppage here.
It looks like the East is going to take their first time out of the game.
Yeah, and as I was saying there, what we're seeing is number 14 is able to kind of dodge around those longer beat attempts. To find those openings. So I think as the East, you have to recognize that that's a player you're going to want to kind of take more steps in. Kind of, we call it beating with your feet, but getting closer for those beats to make sure that they're at least getting out of the play. And even if they pass the ball out, that's one less offensive resource that they have available to them.
Ryan, what do you think these teams are talking about in these timeouts right now? What do you think the adjustments the East are making?
Yeah, I think part of that is both teams are going to need to figure out how they're going to kind of find a lead here. Their game has been very tight all the way through with back and forth. Chicago's probably trying to figure out how they can avoid some of these fast break opportunities that have been happening, and potentially talking about that middle hoop that has been open for the East. And on the Eastern end, I think a big thing is just making sure they're able to keep the momentum going, maybe finding solution for some of the chasers behind the hoops that the North has been throwing back there. I think that's probably some of the things that they've been talking about. Jack, do you have any standout players that you've been kind of seeing, or do you think like a certain position has been kind of dominating in this game?
I mean, if you're looking at number 77 for the East Embers, they've been doing a fantastic job hitting shots way outside the keeper zone. The North is leaving that middle hoop open, and they are taking full advantage of that. I'd also like to highlight number 51 on the Meow Stars, doing a great job in the zone, making those wraps, getting those hits, stopping the quad ball on shots. Those two have been really fantastic all day. I think another big part of this game has been control. I mean, you see the East have control, do a great job creating a fast break opportunity, and oftentimes the Embers have been able to convert on that. While the Meowsters, when they have control, they do a fantastic job slowing the quad ball game down and getting easy looks. Both these teams are relying on that dodgeball control for their goals in two very different ways, but it's getting the control that's been creating this tightness of this game because they're going on back and forth runs.
Yeah, as we see here, teams are going back to their brooms. We'll see how the stoppage kind of slows things down. It's been pretty active pace throughout this game so far. We'll see if these teams decide to keep that pace going or if they are going to take this opportunity to kind of reflect on the past plays and slow down the game a bit.
It looks like players have returned to their brooms, and we're going to get started here.
We're getting that dodgeball home for the North here, making sure they have that resource for the East coming down with it.
Looks like the Meowsters are going to set up in a 2-2 zone. They haven't left this 2-2 zone all day.
The East maintains control here on this offense.
Wow, what a dish! That's number 71 with a fantastic goal.
Yeah, and that's a great look there, recognizing that cutter is at the hoops, especially with the beaters kind of a little bit maybe more on that right side of that defense, seeing that left hoop is an option, or the medium hoop, away from that dodgeball pressure.
Looks like the Meow Stars are doing another slow offense here to try and regain control. And they're going to... It looks like they are going to get control. Oh, the Meow Stars very close on getting control back there. But the control attempt just fails. And now the East are going to come up with dodgeball control and a fast break the other way. No dodgeballs on defense. And it looks like another great stop from number 51. But number 11 is going to get the rebound and score on that middle hoop, making it 90-70.
Yeah, and I just want to go back to that kind of beater play that was happening initially from the North. Number 10, number 42, what we had was Ojas, number 10, having that initial exchange and almost just getting that catch off of that and just barely missing it. I think that is something that like 42 and 10 will have to kind of get a little more coordinated because we saw they were a little disconnected on that offense.
Wow. Another fast break going the other way. And it's number 71 again. Jordan Smiley with the second straight goal for the two of their last three goals for the Embers.
Yep. And that's that middle hoop we've been talking about. It still seems like the North hasn't found a solution for that middle hoop look, especially on that transition there.
There's also that beater pressure up top that really did a great job creating that fast break opportunity. Taking a throw directly at the quad ball carrier as the Meow Star beater threw at the Embers beater. Creates a really great fast break opportunity.
Matthew is Innovators getting beat there. See beater exchanges up top, but the East coming down with it. Fast break opportunity.
Oh, what a great defensive strip there. And they're going to get... And it looks like we have some contact at the hoop that might result in a card. That's the second straight possession where the Embers beater threw at the quad ball carrier to create a fast break turnover. Maybe that was the adjustment they made in the timeout.
Yeah, that is definitely a potential thing that they talked about here. You have to give credit to the North here, at least putting some more pressure on that fast break before they get to the keeper zone there. We'll have to see if the contact here is something that we'll have to see if the North is getting called out here for. It looks like maybe have some needing to stretch out, maybe a cramp here from number 59. But overall, looks like they were able to walk off on their own accord. So good effort from them. Glad that they're able to walk on their feet there. It looks like the refs are going to be talking about what sorts of contact they saw, if any cards are going to be awarded here. Let's see what the verdict here.
And it looks like that's going to be a yellow card on number 59 for the Meow Stars for making contact with the player without the ball.
It looks like number 51 here, who subbed in for the injury, will be serving that time. We'll have to see. Chicago was able to get that turnover initially, but it looks like that ball might be going back over to Boston here.
And that's going to put the Embers on the board again, giving them a total of 110 to the Meow Stars 70. And the Meow Stars are returning to full strength after that goal. Once again, patiently moving the ball up top. This Embers period of dodgeball control has been critical. They've gone on a 4-0 run. And again, they're going to use their dodgeball control to create another fast break opportunity. And it's a dish to number 9 for the finish, making it 120 to 70.
Yeah, and I think one of the things we haven't talked about yet from the east side, well, it looks like we have a stoppage here first.
It looks like the Meowsters are taking a timeout to think this one over after the 5-0 run.
Yeah.
Ryan, it was 70 to 70 in the timeout. Now it's 12-70. What do you think is going on?
Yeah, I think a big role of the East here has been their beating core. I think something we haven't talked about yet is the influence that you have from Boston beaters on that main roster from Boston Forge and Pandas, who they have really developed really solid strategy for their beaters, and I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of these practice squad players learn a lot from them, knowing when they can exert pressure, especially at that midfield. And what we see there is that the beaters were able to be comfortable throwing at both the North beaters and what you just said too, with it being chases as well. As the game has gone on, they've become more confident. I think as a beater myself, one of the things that I struggle with is if I throw it at the quadball carrier, right, I'm exposing kind of their beater being able to have a lot more options, but Boston has been really comfortable just taking that risk and allowing their chasers to get those fast breaks regardless.
Yeah, I mean, I think another big thing is the Meowstars haven't gotten dodgeball control since the last time out, right? I mean, the Embers have been using their dodgeball control to create that pressure, and I think if you're in the Meowstars huddle right now, you got to be thinking, how am I going to get dodgeball control out of this timeout before Flagrunner on pitch and to prevent these transition offenses?
Yep, that's definitely something interesting we have to watch in this first game. Who is going to kind of come on top in terms of the seeking game? We're going to have to see that the North is probably going to need a catch here to kind of close this gap, especially since the East has kind of shown their dominance in that transition game. With SOP, you're going to see that transition game is a lot more important. Although we have seen a lot of good physicality from the North, so maybe that will shine here as well. But we're getting players back to their brooms, and we're going to get started here.
All right, and it looks like the Meowstars are bringing the ball up. I bet you the Meowstars drew up a recovery play in that huddle because they need dodgeball control entering this Flagrunner on pitch period. And it looks like the Embers take out the unarmed beater. The Meowstars get the ball behind hoops, but it's going to go out of bounds, and the Embers are going to bring it in.
Yep, I think the initial idea there was to have North beater number 4, which is Bauer, kind of make more of a physical attempt, trying to get a wrap in to open up that play. But the East beaters there were able to kind of read that and get that tap off, which allowed them to exert more pressure on that defense.
And it looks like the Embers are going to move the ball around, sending it behind hoops. And they're going to slow things down, and it looks like number 71 for a shot there just missed a bit high. And the Meowstars are going to be able to bring the ball in here. Yep. That was a good shot attempt. I mean, that middle hoop has been open all day for the Meowstars. And 71 and 77 have been hitting those shots from outside the keeper zone. Really doing a great job for the Embers, putting them on the board.
Yep. And now we're seeing a switch in the beating strategy here for Chicago. Initially, number 4 was kind of making a lot of contact, even on defense, trying to get that control back. But now they are now no longer the free beaters, so we'll see how this strategy changes, coming in from the right side.
Oh, and it looks like a missed beat. Oh, and it looks like there's going to be a fight for dodgeball control here, and the Embers are going to come away with it.
And I mean, that is honestly kind of an amazing switch up there. Seeing that number 4 was being so physical, the East actually matches that there with their own physicality in the beating game to actually make up for that missed beat and get that ball strip away, and they maintain control here.
The Embers are going to send the quad ball behind, and they're doing a great job moving the ball quickly around the beater. Oh, and it looks like the beater pressure from number 5 is going to cause that turnover, and the ball heads out of bounds. And that'll be the last play before Flagrunner on pitch, and the Embers are going to walk away with control.
Yep, so we see that unfortunately the North was unable to make that recovery play happen, so they're going to have to figure out what their strategy is going to look like for this snitch and pitch, especially since the East has been looking so dominant with that transition game. Not having 2 dodgeballs there is a weakness that they're going to have unless they're able to get it very early on in this Flagrunner on pitch period. One of the things I'm curious about, Jack, is how you think these 2 different teams are going to play this Flagrunner on pitch area. Do you think that there's going to be a lot of focus heavily on this Flagrunner Joe Goulet? Or do you think that there's going to be a lot more split happening and quad ball play here?
Yeah, I mean, a catch here would be deadly for the Meowstars if the Embers were able to catch. So I think the Meowstars have to find a way to balance preventing the catch and using their beaters in the quad ball game, because when the Embers have had control and they put beaters in the quad ball game, they've been taking over, right? I mean, that's what we just saw in the last 5 minutes of this game. So I think for the Meowstars, you have to find a way to protect the Flagrunner and also get back into the quad ball game. I'm hoping for some defensive seeking here from the Meowstars, and for the Embers, some strategies to open up the looks for the Embers seeker.
Yep. And we're gonna have to kind of see, check in to see the seeker from the East. But from the North, it looks like we're gonna have potentially starting is Matthew Isanove, who again, as we said before, has been flag running a lot of the games earlier this weekend. So we'll see that he's going to have kind of the experience at both seeking here, but also the knowledge of kind of what a flag runner is looking to do to avoid being caught. So we'll see if that knowledge is going to kind of help them, especially with the strategy of needing to get that dodgeball back to protect the snitch there.
Yeah, I mean, another thing to highlight is at the beginning of this game, when the Meowstars had control, the Meowstars are doing a great job on defense with the physicality and blocking shots. So if the Embers focus too Flagrunner on pitch heavy on the Seekers, the Meowstars might be able to battle their way back into this game. Yeah. All right, and it looks like we're back for Flagrunner on pitch. Once again, the Embers with dodgeball control. And the Seekers are released here. Looks like the Meowstars are going to be focusing on the Flagrunner, while the Embers are going to keep dodgeballs in the quadball game. And that's going to create a fast break opportunity for the Embers, but they bring the dodgeball back into the quadball game. And it looks like the Embers have are still focusing dodgeballs in the quadball game. And we have a stoppage in play here. And it looks like it's going to be... Looks like there's going to be a turnover, and it's going to go to the Embers.
Yep, and we're trying to get this Flagrunner on camera working as well. So bear patience with us as we figure that out as well.
Just as this is the next generation of quadball players, we're the next generation of commentators here. So sorry for any technical issues.
Yeah, absolutely. We're learning just as much as these players on the field. So thank you for bringing that up, Jack.
And it looks like the Embers are going to, once again, leave the dodgeballs in the quadball game, while the Meow Stars are alternating between keeping in the quadball game and the Flagrunner game. We have a Seeker sub for the Meow Stars. Number 59 is now in at Seeker. And it looks like the Meow Stars are going to come up with a turnover in the quadball game. We're a couple minutes here onto this Flagrunner on pitch, and still no score. And it looks like the Meow Stars are going to come with dodgeball control. And Yep. And it looks like the Embers are going to get it right back. And it looks like the Embers are bringing up the quad ball here, and it's number 34. The shot just misses. Once again, looking to attack that middle hoop. Looks like the Embers Seeker is getting a lot of time with the Flagrunner, and the Embers are going to do a good job keeping control.
All right, it looks like we were able to get the Flagrunner camera working.
And we got another fast break for the Embers. No dodgeballs back to stop them, and that'll be the first goal of Flagrunner on pitch, making it 130-70. And it looks like the Embers are coming up with another stop in the quad ball game. And they're going to get another fast break opportunity here. Meow Stars get a beater back in the play. Oh, and it looks like we have a catch from the Embers Seeker. Wow, I mean, the Meow Stars needed to use their dodgeball in the quad ball game to stop that fast break, and it led for the perfect opportunity for the Embers to catch.
Yeah, and I think that this is going to spring a ton of momentum for the East, especially since this game has been pretty slow in terms of the amount of quadball points putting up. The East having won. I think that kind of speaks for both the North and the East's ability to have this defense in this very fast-heavy transition. It's a good catch. But yeah, as I was saying, we're able to see that both these teams were able to be defensively very strong here. And so I think that this catch is going to mean that, sorry, here adjusting the score, that the East is going to kind of take this momentum away with it, is my guess.
Yep. And it looks like the Embers are going to take another shot attempt there. The Meow Stars are still without dodgeball control. I think a really big storyline in this game is it was tied 70-70, and the Embers have maintained dodgeball control throughout almost the rest of the game. And since then, the Meow Stars haven't been able to get on the board, and the Embers have really been capitalizing on that dodgeball control.
Yep, and I think a big cause of that switch in momentum has been the beating game from the East. We're seeing more confidence and pressure out of the keeper zone here. And, the North is trying to recognize this and get the ball behind hoops, but just a kind of a lofted pass there. If that pass connects, it causes the East beaters to have to kind of switch their attention, and maybe they can make a control play happen off of that.
And it looks like the Embers are going to taking the quad ball to a set offense here. They're going to run in a box. And it looks like the Meowsters are able to create the turnover. And it looks like number 14 is going to run away with it. And the beater pressure causes number 14 to step out of bounds. It's going to create a turnover.
Yep, and that's great pressure from Sedona Sabatino. We've seen that she's been doing a really great job exerting that pressure both on offense and defense. We saw on that offense there, as defenders were coming up out of that keeper zone from the north, she was just really good at getting those taps in and making sure they weren't able to fully pressure that.
And it looks like the Embers are doing a great job passing the ball around the chaser pressure up top. And looks like the Embers are going to have advantage here. And they're going to stop play due to a card.
Yep, and I believe that is going to be beater back contact there potentially. We saw there. Yep. And that's because what we saw there is number 32, Abbott, had a lot of opportunities there on that offense with 2 dodgeballs at their feet, just kind of cycling that in. And as they were throwing those dodgeballs, once they released both of them to create those opportunities, went in for a wrap on number 42. And it was just a little bit behind, just above the neck there. And what we're going to see here is a card there because of that aggression.
The Embers are 2 goals away here from reaching set score. But being down a beater might create the opportunity for the Meowstars to come back into this game.
Yep. And the way that the Meowstars are going to have to do this is they're going to have to take things a little bit slower, find a way to shut down these beaters. Definitely helps with them having one in the box here. And it looks like Matthew's going to take this opportunity with 1 beater gone just to make a fast break goal.
Yep. Meowstars doing a great job taking advantage of the penalty and regaining dodgeball control. The Meowstars have 2 once again. Once again, the Meowstars score when they have control. This seems to be a theme in this game.
A quick beat happening back there, sending 32 back to hoops. That might allow the North to exert some more pressure here. And that's exactly what they want to do, trying to get a beat in there. And look at that. We see that it's able to get picked up because of that pressure.
And it looks like the Meowsters are going to push the pace here. Number 51 with the shot. Just misses, and it's going to go out of bounds. And looks like the Embers are going to be bringing in the quad ball here.
Yep. And that's something strategy-wise that is kind of difficult to pace yourself with. When you see that you're able to get that beat on the free beater there early on in the play, you do want to press up and try to get the East there to turn over the ball, which the North was able to do. But on that offense, recognizing when you need to slow things down, use your advantage with 2 to get a solid goal. That shot just going wide there. We'll have to see if we're looking at a 1.5 play here, getting that beat in.
Oh, and it looks like number 51 with another fantastic block. The 1.5 play was a great job to open up the lane, but number 51 stops a great shot attempt. And looks like number 59 is going to dish down to number 5, who sent it back up to number 59.
Yeah, but 5 just got beat there in the backfield. So
what a great wrap by number 6, Anna Blanchfield, on number 59. And they're going to dish. Number 1 taking in another fantastic wrap from the Embers. That was number 71, Jordan Smiley. Wow, the Embers coming up with some really great chaser wraps to slow down this Meowstars offense.
Yep, and the East just isn't giving the North the momentum that they want here. The North wants to rack up point after point on each of their drives here, and they're just able to get that one from the fast break from Matthew earlier. But we're going to have to see if the North can kind of break out of this defensive hold that the East has been having this game.
Very interested to see what the Embers are going to do here without dodgeball control on offense. And it looks like they're just going to go drive through the center, and they're going to call no goal because of a beat before.
Yep. And what I'm seeing here from the North is actually initially that middle hoop has been an issue throughout this game. It looks like 51's trying to put a read on that. They've gotten 2 really solid blocks at the hoops, trying to stop those shots from happening. But now with them something out the field, you have to wonder if that same philosophy is going to stand with the other chasers. Are they going to be able to protect that middle hoop and other hoops from those shot attempts?
The Embers really haven't been able to get on the board here without dodgeball control. I mean, the past 3 possessions, the Meowsters have had dodgeball control, and the Embers have been stuck at 160. And it looks like there will be a shot attempt from number 14 that just goes wide.
Yep, and the North keeps control here, just like you were saying, Jack. It really does seem like control is the name of the game with these 2 teams. When the East went on their big run to open up the score and get that catch, they had that control there. But just like you said, with the North having control here, we'll see if they can maintain it for the rest of this game. We might be able to see them crawl back into a closer game here.
Oh, and it's a missed beat from number 10. That's going to let the Embers get control. This might be the swing they needed to close out the game. The Embers are going to slow down this offense and wait for all their players to get back in the game. Oh, and it looked like they were going for a quick dish and dunk there between 71 and 77, and it just misses.
Yep, and we've been seeing that look all day from the East. A quick high pressure here. And now...
Oh, and what a catch from number 10, Ojas. Oh, and looks like there might be a foul on the play. And they're going to just call it back to hoops there. Number 51 looking for the drive and the shot, and it's good. That's number 51 putting the Meow Stars to 90.
Yep, and just how we talked about that dodgeball swing going back to the East, the North said, nope, we're going to take that right back and make sure that we can keep our defensive prowess here. Yeah, and I think initially from that Boston offense from the play before, that middle hoop has been really lucrative for them as they're able to get a cut there and just a quick dish and dunk. But that was read there by the North and able to stop that from happening.
And it looks like the Embers are going to take control right back. And can the Embers capitalize on the finish? And they do. That's number 11 for the Embers, making it 170 to 90. This puts the Embers 1 goal away, and it all comes back from getting dodgeball control once again.
Yep. And I think one of the things that the North recognized there is that dodgeball is important for them. So they were working to try to maintain that, and that resulted in the quadball getting looks there from the East.
And we got number 51 driving in here with the shot, no good.
Yep, and that's great defense from the East, beating that ball, that loose ball on the ground. And the East is going to have a look here to end the game, especially with the fact they have dodgeball control. They're going to be able to open up a lot of lanes here to get this finishing goal.
Yeah, if you're the East right now, I'd just go all in, do exactly that, a 1.5 at all costs. Get that dodgeball down and just finish the game. And that's what they do. And number 9 scores to end the game. Wow. That will do it, 180 to 90. The Embers take game 1.
Yep, and that was great work there from the East Beaters. Seeing that there was a 1.5 opportunity there as a way to kind of, force the issue, but also find a way to maintain control there. We saw at the midline that the other East Beater there was able to keep control there for a moment. And by the time that the North was able to try to throw another one home, it gave the East enough opportunity there to get that quad ball through the hoop.
Yeah. Well, that was a fantastic and exciting game 1. We hope you join us for game 2, which will start in probably about 10 minutes. We'll let you know on the stream when we're back. And yeah, I mean, in the meantime, head over to Pitch 1 to catch some exciting action. They're probably finishing up a series between Austin and Washington, and the Chicago versus New York series will be on after that as well.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah. Are you able to do this camera for now?
Yeah, just turn it back and forth.
Yeah, just keep it like on the quad ball for the most part. But yeah,
I
thanks.
got it.
And as we've gotten into game 2, I have realized that my mic has been muted this entire time as I've been giving commentary, which is so unfortunate. I apologize for that, but now we should be good and solid. I apologize that we had such a quiet stream there. I promise I was giving the best commentary possible, the best you've ever seen. But we're going to kind of recollect here. We have the East here with the opportunity to score, and they do so through the middle, even with some bad contact there on that. Unfortunately, that is going to be a third yellow for number 59. Coming off here, getting a red. So just to kind of recap throughout this game, since I missed out on that earlier, what we have been seeing is a slower game from both these teams, both looking for shot opportunities. They've just gone a little wide on a lot of those looks. We saw the East still looking for that middle hoop as they did in game 1, which gave them success, and the North trying to implement more shots instead of drives this time around because there are those openings. But we are seeing that control, again, is the name of the game, where teams with the control are having a lot more success with getting those openings. And so we're going to see how we see that change. Just after the foul, we have that goal happen. Number 9, Pilati, breaking through that contact and getting that goal in. So good on them. B on Ojas there is going to open up East to exert a little more pressure with the beater down. B on 30 there. And that is going to result in a turnover. Good recognition from the East there to pressure that ball after that beater is out of play. Oh, the pass over to the middle hoop that we've seen so much. Miss B. Oh! Amazing passing there from the East. Breaking out of the pressure there. And that's the look we saw in game 1 where the East was really looking for that. Oh, we have a stoppage of play here. But the East was really looking for that look on that middle hoop on the right side as a way to just get that quick shot opportunity. The pass is a little low this time, but number 9 able to dish. Oh, another turnover here, actually giving another opportunity for a goal here to the East. But yeah, that passing on that last play was really just supreme level, and a timeout. The North is going to have to figure out how they're going to break that and read those passes a little bit better. The pass game from the East has been really dominant throughout this series. So the North is going to have to kind of drum up some solutions to this growing problem. And just in terms of some players that we've kind of been seeing stand out here from both sides, on the side of the North, we've had a good standout game in the second game from number 14, Unariden, being able to stop a lot of those shots from the East and get a hand on that ball has been really important in stopping the shot play from the East. And on the other side, number 9, Pilati, has been responsible for a lot of getting those passes out to those options and making sure that they're not getting the ball turned over from that initial pressure on the offense to open up the opportunity. That's part of the reason why Boston is up right now has been from that effort. Notably as well, number 71, Smiley, also being really good up top as a facilitator to get that passing game opening. I think that the East has kind of shown that they've been able to just have a lot of passing around the hoops to open up opportunities, and the North kind of biting on initial signs of pressure, which allowed the East to score. So great work from her as well. Alrighty, we're back in here after the timeout. See, the North has introduced some substitutions here. We got Nye here at point defending, but being pushed back at number 31. Clear on that, number 34 from the East. Just running into that pressure from the dodgeball from the right there. North doing a good job at breaking that offensive play there. I think it was just good, recognition on dividing some responsibility there. We had at first chasers coming up as point defending, and then after that point defender was beat, then the dodgeball was coming in to stop that. Anaya over to number 9 there, Beak. But it does result in a turnover because of the dodgeball pressure there. And again, the East on this transition game. Oh! But the North, number 51, saying no thank you. And stopping number 9, Pilati from that fast break opportunity. Great work there from number 51, Sandoval. Stopping that transition. Bringing up the ball now here. We have beaters number 30 and number 20 coming in from Chicago to make something happen here. Marco's probing here. Ball to number 8, Wishinu. Down low to Matthew, who goes for a backup to Marcos. And we shoot a shot just wide. Just wide for the North, but recovered. And then turned over. It's difficult in that position to find your pass ups, especially with the Boston beaters making work up at the top there. Looks like we have a pile up here. Ball does get released out of bounds. And there's going to be a conversation on who that ball is being returned to. Alright, it looks like play has started up again. Oh, but just a lot of pressure there from the North results in the East not being able to get the ball out from the boundary line in time. We see that the North was really doing a good job of covering a lot of pass options there, so it's difficult when you're on the sideline and your pass options seem covered to find that right opportunity to get the ball back into play. So now we'll see how the North is able to navigate that as well, considering they're in the eastern half of this pitch, if they're going to run into the same issue with their pass options being covered, or if they're going to adapt on this. Marcus is able to find number 5, Petrelli, here, bringing up the ball for Chicago with a lot of confidence. Pass back over to Marcos. The Chicago Bears trying to get physical here. Oh, and blocked there. Good clear play by number 30. And Matthew is able to get that goal in. That beat was no good from the side of Boston, or from the East. And it looks like maybe there's a conversation on that play to see. Nope, just a quick officiating there. Okay, we see a light beater exchange there. Not too much change in the status quo here. A great hit from number 5 to slow things down, but equally good beat from number 13. And the shot is just underneath. Good stop there. Yeah, that was good point pressure there from number 5 from the North, Petrelli, to slow down that quad ball. But also number 13, Sabatino, seeing that their ball carrier needed that help to get that lane, getting that tap in, opened that opportunity, even though the shot was a little wide there. Addition dunk there, just misses the hoop. It's a good connection there, and it looks like over on our left side here, we have the beaters tied up. Can the East come back into... It looks like on the quad ball side, number 9 getting beat. Ojas with the beat there. So even though even though the North was unable to gain control off of that, because 13 was wrapped up, it gave the East a little bit of a better look on that offense, considering that they didn't have 2 dodgeballs at home for the North. So it's still a good look, but number 10 Ojas still putting up the confidence to stop that ball. Ball number 5, Petrelli. Back over to Marcos. Experiencing pressure from number 13 to Matthew behind the hoops. Dodges around the point defender. Lopped his shot just clear of that. Swatted down. And cleaned up by Boston there. The East bringing it up now. Look at that Smiley with the ball up top. Pass over to the left side here. All the way around the hoops to that middle hoop again that they've wanted so badly. But I think the North is used to this by now, and they're doing a good job of marking that. Oh, but intercepted back to the East. Down low over here. Number 9 getting beat. No good. Off room on that. This is a chaotic offense here. And unfortunately, that's going to be a keeper reset. And the shot is no good. A lot of things happening in that offensive play. What we're seeing with the ball turned over a couple different times there. Initially, first, it was just a pass that was intercepted by the eastern side there. A really good heads-up play. And that also, following that, even though they lost the ball there, they were able to force an illegal reset for another look. And I think a storyline of this game is just that these shots are just a little bit wide. All the looks are there. It's just about kind of cleaning up that initial shot. If the team's able to do that, the team that's able to do that is going to shine here. Good block there by number 9 on the shot from number 14 in the North. And this beater chaos in the midline is going to result in a potential fast break for the East here. Number 9 beating the first point. Beating again. Oh, but thrown right into the dodgeball. And that's where you got to recognize if your pass option is covered. Be on number 14, be on number 1, and back over to Boston. Now we're going to see how the North tries to get control back here. We saw number 6 on the Minneapolis Stars, Chidichimo, getting that beat on that last offense. It was really good by them. Let's see if they can get control back so that we can get a dodgeball back in their hands to make the play again on the next defense. Smiley probing. 37 looking for the shot in the middle, and it's no good. Again, another wide shot. Clear here in the midfield. Number 4, Bowers trying to press the advantage there in the transition, trying to get a control look. But good composure there from the Eastern defense blocking that. Beaters from the East, Sabatino and Abbott, been composed all game as they're still exerting so much pressure in the keeper zone. Oh, with that ball behind hoops, exactly what the North needed. And even though that shot is just below the hoop there, that's exactly the look that you want. When the Eastern beaters of Sabatino and Abbott are pushed up in that keeper zone and exerting that much pressure, you want to get the ball behind hoops to split them up, and that's exactly what happened. So even though the North wasn't able to capitalize to get control there, it was the right look to get that behind hoops. We hope to see that more from the North. Beat out here on number 4. A slight opportunity. 9 back to 6 over by that medium hoop. Driving in, pass away. Shot available. just over the middle hoop. Beat attempt missed, and a wrap up behind the hoops. And there might be some incidental contact there on that. So while they're checking in on our player over here, again, what we're seeing is that shot is still available, and just on the outside of that, it was good from the eastern side, being able to kind of collect on that missed shots. I think that's something that East have been doing perhaps a little bit better than North here, is even though the shots have been going wide for both teams, the East has been able to kind of pick up that missed shot and make another play on the ball. I think something that's really important is because on that initial first shot, you're going to see defenses expend their defensive resources, whether that's a dodgeball or a point defender, trying to stop that. And if you can get that second look, it is a really good look for you, but we weren't able to convert on it this time around. And thankfully, player on the East is able, number 11, is able to walk off on their own accord. Usage has been really good all this game, especially point defending, being able to get some wraps up. Glad that they're able to get back into play here. All right. We have the North swapping out some of their players here. Still with Marcos bringing out the ball for the Meow Stars. Set up in a 3-1 offensive. Although they're bringing two players behind now. And swatted out of the air by number 9, Pilati again. Really using their height to their advantage on defense. Number 34 collects it here. Ruffalo beating a point defender there. Passing out of the pressure. Giving 9 a look. And that middle hoop just clear. And good beat there as well from number 5 from the Meow Stars. 5 pressing the advantage even more after that initial beat. Getting 2 more beats off of that. And forcing a reset on the side of the East. That was an incredible play by Petrelli there on the Meow Stars to keep the pressure going. You know, most chases, I think, when you see that initial beat happen, you think, okay, that beater has to go collect their ball. Gives you some time to kind of probe this defense, figure out where the pass option is. But Petrelli using the speed and the rebounds to get all those beats happening and a turnover. All that was on her gameplay there, so props to her for that. Number 14 bringing up the ball. Pass over to Marcos here on the right side. Dodging the point defender, but gets beat. And the refs are here essentially talking about that beat attempt. Oh, looks like it might be a card here on the beater play. Didn't catch what exactly happened here, but it looks like a beater from the East might be getting a card here. This number 32 Abbott for something in their play on that defense. Alright, so it looks like it was just a play after beat call there. This is going to result in the Masters having another look. Dished out behind the back. Number 14. Over to 30. Passing out of the pressure there. Number 14 again. Trying to break through the defense. And might have a behind the back contact call on number 34 there. We're going to have a conversation here as ref crew once again. But it's clear that the North has been really trying to push through these point defenders here. I think that's a very clear difference in the playing styles of each of these two teams. Is that we have been saying the East, oh, maybe that was a turnover because of a beat that we missed. But it's definitely, oh, pass ball after dismounted. Okay, so just off the broom there. It looks like, though, that the North has been opting for a lot more drive-heavy play, with the East relying heavily on like the passing and the shot game. All right, it looks like the East is trying to get a dodgeball back. Is B off of that? We'll see if the North is going to capitalize on this, and it looks like number 5 Petrelli with the press early is wanting to capitalize on this opportunity. The North calling a pounce call. It looks like it's a press play. Ball back over into beater pressure. Number 9 knocked off Broom and B out. Great recognition there. Seeing that it's only one beater on the side of the Embers, the Meow Stars are pressing up on that and causing a turnover. That's exactly what you want to see when you have another player down on the other team pressing your advantage there. Well, Marcos looking for the cut. Passing out of pressure there. Marcos has a look, and it goes through. Very nice passing play by there between number 14 and number 51. Getting out of pressure there, and we're finally seeing another point on the board. It's been a while since either of these two teams have scored, and I think that's due to just the level of defense we've seen from both these teams. Reading passes, getting the point defenders where they need to be, and getting wraps happening. It's really impressive that the defense has been able to hold off for both these teams. Seeing number 31 from the East getting in pretty deep here, trying to tap out a point chaser who is threatening a swat there. See, Smiley with the ball, passes it over, collected by number 6, and back up top to number 34. Here, Ruffalo looking for a drive opportunity here, gets past Anaya, and gets the shot on that medium hoop. Nice pump faking there. Anaya Dillard was doing a great job there, being a point defender, trying to keep Ruffalo off of that zone. But a pump fake is really hard to deal with. You have to decide whether or not you're going to bite on that shot. Anaya tries to go for the shot block. Ruffalo with that pump fake is able to get around that and get another look. Anaya bringing down the ball for the Meow Stars. Beater exchange up top means, ooh, Anaya looks for that drive, but the Eastern Beaters take that, and now number 34 Ruffalo back into play, dishes it back out to, I believe that's number 9. Behind the hoops, looks for a look, and it goes. Oh, maybe there's a conversation about whether or not that win, or if there's any calls on the play. No, that's just 20-minute mark, and yeah, that offense was all caused by that beater exchange happening up top early. I think that the East recognized that with the North subbing in a beater, if you take that exchange up top, your other beater is free to work and take out the ball carrier. In that case, it was Anaya getting hit there, and that resulted in 34 Ruffalo being able to come in and dish out to number 9 with that goal. So what we're seeing here is a little bit of a closer game than what we saw in Game 1. I believe before Flagrunner and Pitch, Game 1 was 120 to 70, and here we're seeing 60 to 30. So a much slower game from each of these two teams. We'll have to see how much more each of these teams is going to value the Flagrunner here in this situation. Again, we're seeing the North going to have to respect the catching ability of the East, who was able to catch in Game 1. Especially since they are down as well in this game. All right, just some more shout-outs for these two teams as they get back to their brooms. I think the East, we've talked about their beating throughout this series and how dominant it's been. I think two standout pair for them has been Sabatino and Abbott. They have been really good at exerting pressure at that keeper zone line. And even in instances where the North decided to go behind the hoops to try to break that, just really good composure for them to maintain control on those possessions. And on the other side for the Meowsters, we've been seeing number 5 Petrelli as a beater, really going out there and pressing the offense of the East in opportunities where the East has a player down and really open up that opportunity. And also we've been just seeing some overall good ball carrying from 51 Sandoval and good opportunities there as well. Officials just getting everything set for us as we head into this Flagrunner on pitch. Set score is 120 here. Teams will need either 60 quadball points or 30 quadball points and a catch to finish this game out. Seekers are just released here for each of these teams. And the East is getting lots of time here. Oh, and it looks like we might have... I'm not sure if it got caught on our camera. Yeah, that is going to be really tough for the North. An illegal swat off pitch is going to mean the Seeker is going to be in the box for this. And that means that the East is going to have a lot more ease in getting looks at the Flagrunner here. Number 37 from the Embers. Nam here getting a lot of looks. But the North is doing a good job recognizing without their Seeker, they're going to need to invest their dodgeballs in the quadball game, are able to get a goal off of that. Although the East now is capitalizing and maintaining control here. The East establishing that bubble around the snitch. Edging into quadball play though, because they know that the Seeker's out, but now that they're back in, keeping one dodgeball on the Seeker. We'll have to see if Matthew is able to get a look and maybe swat a ball back to their hoops. They just got a card for it, so maybe they're less willing to do that. Boston with the quad ball, pass up to 34, experiencing some pressure, almost steps to the midline, but keeps their composure, breaks that initial tackle. 14 going for a strip though, is able to strip it out. And oh, it's still a fight there, but great work there from number 14, Uno Reedon. Able to strip it, but now 34 is just not letting up. Ruffalo does not want that to be the case. Now the East is tapping out those players, and now 34's effort is paying dividends, and they're just beat out by number 10, Ojas. Great effort from 34. You can see that they exerted so much effort. They're trying to keep that possession alive and doing a great job. In the end, though, the North comes up with the quad ball. Flagrunner game is becoming dynamic as Jogule Flagrunner is running back between either sides of the pitch. And Matthews is getting the first looks of the game. But Boston shutting it down at that first look. And getting a goal as well. So what we see here is that Chicago is actually crawling back here. We were talking about how the East was doing so well in the transition game in Game 1 and running up the score in Flagrunner pitch. Now we're seeing it's the opposite. That the North has been adjusting and... Wow! A great catch there by number 37. And after the rest discussed, that might be the swing that the East needed to stop that momentum that the North was putting on there. Just some information here from some of our... Oh, great catch there. Nice work there. That is going to be an extra 35 points for the East. We were just talking about how on our other pitch, with Chicago versus New York, it is tied to 100 all going into Flagrunner on pitch. Another close game that we saw from game 1. So make sure to tune into that as well. Now we will see how this game develops and how the North is able to, keep their quad ball score running even after that catch. The East passing behind the hoops there. Passing back over to number 6. That's Blanchfield there. Bring up the ball. Pass it over to that medium hoop. And just misses, just bobbled. Again, that middle hoop getting shut down by the North. They've really adapted that from game 1 where there was a good 4 or 5 good goals from that cutter at that hoop. And the North had stopped it every single time. So props to their defense there. Marcos over to Anaya here. Number 1 on the Meow Stars. Played for Columbia College and had a really good season this last season. Pushing off the keeper to open up opportunity, but the shot just wide. The East maintaining control there on that possession. Beater from the East, Schwiebert just getting that tap there on Marcos, getting them out, making sure that there's no wolf plays happening on our quadball carrier, Ruffalo. Sabatino pressuring Ojas here, gets the B on those hands that open for a catch. Pass over to that medium hoop, but it's shut down again by the North. Nice work from number 42, Rodriguez, reading that pass and getting that dodgeball in there. We've seen both the beaters and the chasers stopping that medium hoop look from the East. We're going to see what the officials are talking about here. Any calls on the play. It's nothing there to look at. And the North again has the ball coming out of their offense. Alright, I think it's really important here that the North has been able to stop the East on their offense here, but they really do need control to make headway, significant headway on their offenses. We'll see if number 42 is able to get that beat off, and they do get control. And now Ojas wants to exert some pressure here for Marcos driving in. Shot blocked there by the East. Great work. I believe that was number 6 on the East getting that block in. And Ojas with a catch there at midfield is able to keep that ball. And another stoppage of play here. Apologies about the time adjusting here. Keep forgetting to switch that off after stoppages, but we're getting better every day, just as these players are getting better every match they play, as they, vie for those main roster spots on these really 2 strong teams from each of these divisions. Beat there. Pressure from Ojas on the ball carrier now, getting that tap in. And Marcos wants to exert that point defense pressure, but good step side. But blocked. That middle hoop defended there. And they want to go on a fast break here. Number 20, Silkinson, meeting some resistance, and the shot is just wide. Recognizing no bludgers there, but the point defense from the East was really solid there in stopping that drive from happening. You see here, the North still maintaining their dodgeball control here. Very nice. See, our beaters Rodriguez and Bauer in the game here for the Meow Stars. Looking to exert some more pressure as they come to midfield. This is a difference in beating styles here. We see that the North is playing more of a split with one in front of who's one behind to read those passes. Exactly at 42 is going to get a beat there, Rodriguez. But drive here from Smiley. Dish back out to Ruffalo. Can they stop it from going out of bounds? He does. But meeting pressure from Matthew. Oh, and pitches just out just before the reset happens. Smiley keeping the pressure off. Ball back up to number 9. He goes for a shot, and it is no good on the backside. Can Ruffalo collect it? He does. Meets pressure from number 14. Gets a wrap in. Beautiful wrap, and it is turned over to Chicago. So, what part of the reason that we saw that initial play and a lot of pressure being exerted on the East was because the North has been opting to have more of a split dodgeball situation where they have, in that case, it was Rodriguez behind hoops, trying to mark up those passes that East has been having behind the hoops as part of their game plan as an adjustment there. And I think that's a good call because Bauer has been really good on the aggressive side on the front, so that when passes come back up top, and like we see that some more aggression, just trying to get off Sabatino from that off-ball position. But Sabatino exerting great pressure and actually getting the strip out. Oh, called B on that. But it was great pressure from Sabatino trying to make sure that the that fake aggression from Bauer was not gone unchecked. And we see again the North maintains their control but unable to score on that opportunity. I think part of that has to do with, beaters like Sabatino on the East stopping their beaters from getting the Miastar beaters from getting involved on that offense. If the Miastar beaters can get more involved on that front side, opening up some hoops, that could be a really good opportunity for them. He's passing over here. Great passing that middle hoop, and it is good this time. A couple more passes, and they're able to open that middle hoop back up again for the East. In terms of score here, the East just needs 2 more goals to tie to round out this game, and the North still has a lot of work to try to claw back in. But they still have control. Let's see if the Miastars can get their control into use on this offense to open up opportunities. Anaya with the ball up top, probing, looking for a lane. Oh, an alley-oop attempt, trying to get to Matthew, and it is good eventually off of the ball on the ground. Great work from Matthew, getting that ball in. And we have a stoppage of play here. But what we saw there, the difference there for that North offense was that the beaters were able to get involved. Even though beater number 32, Abbott on the East, was able to block that initial beat, it did tie him up at the hoops enough for the offense there from Matthew, getting that loose ball to get that goal. But that does result in dodgeball control going back over the East. Smiley with the ball up top. Blocked by Marcos. Marcos gets beat out though. There's no point defender. That middle hoop is looking open, but it's passed over to the left side. Over it and just outside. Pilati though, with a good shot from the backside. Great work there, and we see that the East was able to make effective use of those dodgeballs up top to clear lanes. I believe when Marcos, as the keeper, steps out of the keeper zone, right, he's going to be more likely to be tapped there, and that's what allowed for Smiley to have that initial step in and get that passing going to divert the defense around from the North. Ojas with a catch there at midfield, takes the trade. Oh, good beat from Abbott there. Is able to maintain control for the East, and they were able to stop the North from scoring on that possession. Oh, shot middle, and it is good! Wow, what a play from Pilati there. It's finding that middle hoop that has been open for so long, and finally making it connect. We were talking about earlier in this game how the shots were just getting wide, but it looks like they just needed a little bit of a warm-up for Game 2 to get that shot all the way through. Great games from both of these teams. We saw very early on that things were even, and the difference maker is just when you get into the swing of things and you get that control on your side, it just depends on how much you're able to use that to your advantage and maintain it as well. And I think the East showed kind of the strength of the Eastern Division in terms of their beating core, especially the Boston team is widely known for their ability to not only maintain control but use it effectively. And I think the East really learned from that and was able to use that to their advantage in this game. The North really excelled in kind of their point defending and really adapting to the shooting style of the East. I do want to shout out a lot of the Chicago players, both beaters and chasers alike, for reading that middle hoop cut over the course of the game. I think it's something that they need to be given credit for. It's not easy to really adapt to that kind of playing. Yeah, great play from both these teams. We'll have to get back to you on potential game 3 here. Even though Boston takes it 2-0, we might still have a game 3 as a result. We will check in with you in a moment. And we just got confirmation there will be a game 3. So for now, we'll redirect you back over to our other game here. But yeah, thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll catch you in game 3. Okay, say something.
Can you hear me?
Okay, it is reading something. I'm just not sure how loud it is. Okay. Is it still going on?
Yeah. New York's just.
Here it is. That's it, right? New York scored.
Screams behind.
Oh,
but-
sorry, I didn't mean to spoil it. I heard the
No, I
whistle.
can hear the whistle. I'm guessing New York scores this. Oh, they gave it to Frank right in front of it.
Yeah. Crazy.
Kind of thought they were gonna blow it.
All right. Hello and welcome back to Game 3 of the Northern Meow Stars versus the Eastern Embers. We see here that in the series that the East has come up with a 2-0 lead here. Both fairly dominant wins. Early on, we were Early on, it was closer games, but as the game goes on, each of these teams got warmed up to both their shot attempts and getting control, things like that. The East has been coming up with it. We'll see in this game 3 if there's any adjustments to be made, or if we'll still see the more drive-heavy style coming from Chicago and the more shooting and passing-heavy style from the East. All right, we have the brooms up here, and we see that the Northern Meowsters are able to get that quad ball first, and a throwback also gives them control as well. And early on, we have a quick goal here. I believe that was Matthew who gets that cut and that goal there. Great work by them to make that happen. And I am also joined here by my good friend and co-host here, Jack Levy from University of Michigan, Detroit Innovators player, star player here to help me commentate this third game.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Ryan.
Yep. And to catch up in game 2, Jack, what we saw was the Eastern Embers were able to take game 2, and a lot of that was due to their ability to just kind of work around the ball at the hoops. Mm-hmm. But we did see that early on that the North was able to stop the cut at that middle hoop that we saw, or that medium hoop that we saw a lot in game 1, which made it a lot more interesting right at the start. Mm-hmm. Right. We have Marcos here, number 51 here with the ball, probing a little bit. Let's see if they make use of that backfield. They do. Matthew, they're splitting the beaters over here. Oh, and just a bobbled pass. It was a good look on that cut. Matthew and Marcos both trying to get the ball, but that Eastern beating, they say no to that. They do lose that dodgeball off of that. So sometimes you have to get rid of that control for that stop there. Number 34, Ruffalo, receiving the ball here. Passing a little over back into the backfield. Dodgeballs go down. And blocked by Matthew. And a misbeat there, though. Turnover, though. So, great work from the Chicago defense there to stop that.
Yeah, I mean, the Embers are doing a great job moving the ball, but their beaters are stepping behind the hoops to take away those options. Lead to a turnover there.
Marcos pass over to Petrelli, who is now in the chase position. We saw her play a bit of beater in game 2 with those presses that were really nice. I see her in the chase position. Marcos pass over, and it's just knocked down by Pilati there.
I think they went the long way.
Although it is turned back over to Chicago, number 5, Petrelli. Passing over just 2 Northern chasers here and getting wrapped up by Pilati there.
Emma's here.
And yep, that's a good defense there by Boston. Boston beater 0. We haven't talked about her yet, but Shaw was able to keep the Northern beaters out of that pile up to make sure that they're able to get that ball.
Looks like we are going to have a stoppage for a popped dodgeball. Yeah, we're going to have a quick stoppage here. Ryan, what are you seeing from these first couple of possessions about this game?
Yep, so we're just seeing a slower start. Initially off the run-up, North has been really good on these run-ups, getting oftentimes control and the ball. We're able to actually capitalize on that initial energy and get that first goal. what I expect from this game, from what I've seen so far, is just another slower start for both these teams. We're going to see looks that are getting shut down by the defenses or potentially shots going wide. But as the middle of the game happens around the 10-minute mark, we're going to see things pick up, I think. We're going to see that the beaters become more comfortable, especially those with the control, on making plays happen, more higher presses happening, things like that. And we're going to see a quicker game as a result of that.
Yeah, also, the Meow Stars have been keeping control so far. I mean, they have control now. I'm pretty sure they won control in the run-up, and I don't think they've lost it since. They're doing a much better job at slowing down the Embers passing, especially behind hoops.
All right, and we're starting back up here. Quadball in possession of the East. We have Smiley coming up here with the ball, with Ruffalo on the flank. We'll see if they make use of this backfield. They do. Met with some beater pressure here. Option to pass back up out of that pressure. Looking for a lane. Smiley back to the backfield. A little bit bobbled there, but beaters don't bite on that. The East using their dodgeball, though, is going to open up the front.
Some really great defense by number 51. And we got a fast break for the Meow Stars.
Number 51, Marco's going in for that cut to Matthew. And it is a good goal. Throughout each of these series, Marcos and Matthew have been a really dynamic duo. Usually with Marcos ball carrying up top, getting that quick dish or that alley-oop back to Matthew behind the hoops has been really effective for them. And we see that opportunity was given because the East used their dodgeball and just slightly missed when they're trying to get control back, opened up that opportunity for number 4 to press up there.
Yeah, and once again, we see the Meow Stars with control and going on a run. They're also able to shut down those passes from behind hoops where the Embers have been scoring a lot of their goals.
Number 9, experiencing some pressure in the backfield, but gets it back up top in time to Smiley. Matched up against Ruffalo. Or matched up against Margot, sorry, on that point defense. Just looking for a slight lane here. Back over to Plot in the left. Pump takes a shot and just misses over the top. This is what we were seeing in game 2 where they were getting those looks on that middle hoop and it was just wide of that shot. So if they're able to clean that up, once it can get a little warmed up after the break, they're going to have a lot of success on that middle hoop.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the Embers are going to have to start looking to score off from those shots this game because every time they've sent it behind hoops for a look, the Beaters have done a great job of stopping that. So I can see the Embers adjusting to the Meow Stars defense.
Yeah, and you're exactly right. In game 2, they opted for more of a split with a beater behind hoops. And that was the difference that I was able to point out in game 2 where the East was having both their beaters up top when they had 2. But the North is opting for one behind because of Boston being behind. And Naya looking for a drive, and it goes through. Able to get around that point defender and get that shot in before that pressure fully realizes itself. And now the beaters are tangled up a little bit. We're just able to get the ball off, and
the Embers are able to come back with that goal, but we might be looking at a stoppage due to illegal contact on a beater play.
Yep. And even though that middle hoop or that medium hoop is something that the East has been really monopolizing here, I think part of the reason why that wasn't covered this time by the North, who have been doing so good at adjusting that, was because of the beater play getting tied up over there on that sideline.
Yeah, and also you got to credit the Meow Stars beaters. I mean, they got that goal to go on the 3-0 run, and then they kept control even from the Embers' pressure. They've done a really great job keeping control. Yep, and it looks like that goal will be negated due to illegal contact from a beater on the Embers. Once again, we're seeing this huge run from the Meow Stars, a 3-0 run to start the game, and they haven't lost control. If the Meow Stars can keep up this momentum, they'll be in good shape for this game.
Well, just getting a trade up top. That's exactly what you want to do, though, when one of the beaters is in the box, is use that control to your advantage.
And now you got Bludgers down.
Oh, but good defense from Ruffalo is... Oh, but Anaya getting out, eventually beat, and turned over. That is the right idea, though, from the Meow Star beaters. It's trying to press that advantage when they have a beater down, trying to get that goal happening, and it was just good defense from Ruffalo wrapping up the point defender so that goal doesn't happen.
Yeah, and the Embers are doing a great job really killing time on this penalty for this play.
Yep, Ruffalo looking for a look. Pass behind hoops. Just beat.
And it looks like the Embers end their penalty time.
And get one home as well.
And what a recovery play.
Wow. Amazing a catch by number 31 Hillman. Is a beater we haven't talked about a lot this game yet, but that was an amazing play by her to get control back. And that's a typical situation too, when your partner just gets back into play after that penalty to really make that hustle play happen.
And it looks like that shot went a little high. And the Embers lost control on that offense, though, giving the Meow Stars control back. This is what propelled them on that 3-0 run at the beginning of the game. Maybe the Meow Stars can look to replicate that here since they have control again.
Yep. And something that I had mentioned in some of the previous games is that with dodgeball control, the Meowsters weren't able to convert a lot of their offenses into goals. The Eastern Beaters were able to keep them at bay, not letting them involved. But we're seeing that change a little bit here. We're seeing that the Northern Beaters getting a little more comfortable on offense, opening up opportunities, and if they can get even more comfortable on that and really just like open up hoops or open up point chasers, things like that, it's gonna be really good for them. Pass down over to number 6, Blanchfield, getting beat there though after the pass, and that's just another credit to the North. Having that beater behind hoops is so valuable against a team like the Eastern Embers, who like having that ball behind hoops and passing around like that.
Yeah, the Meowsters have done a really great job stopping the play when the ball goes behind hoops. I mean, that's, I think, the 3rd or 4th time the ball's been down there and the Meowsters get a beat for turnover.
Number 8 back up to Marcos with the ball. Number 51 just fumbles it a little bit, but able to get through, block the beat. It is no good. Just over the top of the hoop. Number 8, Wishanu overlocked it to Matthew, and it is good. Great pass there from Wishanu, knowing that they need to get it over the point defender, but it's a fast break on the other side, and 37. Nam just misses that shot, unfortunately. But it's going back the other way with Chicago. Marcos driving through 2 defenders, and it's in the middle hoop. And what a change in pace that we've seen from this game. We are seeing such an Eastern dominance of especially the beaters and keeping this Northern offense away. But it's looking like that the North has been doing a really good job of seeing their opportunities, their passing, and getting those drives and dunks in.
Yeah, I mean, this is a 50-0 lead at the start of this game. That's something from the Meow Stars that we haven't seen yet in neither of these first 2 games.
Number 1 from the East, Serna Diaz, able to keep control off of that. Although, it looks like the other... Oh, the dodgeball is being protected by Diaz there. Ruffalo probing, looking for that middle hoop, and is no good, but collected there by Pilati. Driving in now. Again, just a little wide there on that middle hoop shot. And turned over there. But yeah, that's kind of a shift that we were seeing in game 1, that the East was really dominant on that middle hoop shooting. And then as the game has gone, just the accuracy has been gone down a little bit on those looks. With that being cleaned up, they'd be in a much better position with the score, though, with the North leading by 5-0.
The Meow Stars are running a diamond offense here. Definitely something Chicago does during the MLQ regular season.
Clear though on Marcos called, and the shot is just wide once again on that middle hoop. Collected though. Number 6, Blanchfield, passed over to Ruffalo. Wrapped up by Marcos, but off broom, and it's a good goal. Embers on the board. We're gonna see if there's a contact call on that. Yep, and that's exactly that. Marcos trying to get that wrap in, but just a little late on that, and Ruffalo's able to beat around that and get that shot in.
Yeah, I mean, the Embers are finally on the board, and it looks like this could be the start of their run. They've had bludger control now, and as we saw the Meowstars go on a run where they had control, maybe the Embers can bounce back and go on a run with control as well.
Yep, and the name of this game has really been the kind of styles of beating that we've seen. On the eastern side, their beaters are playing high up in the keeper zone. I think that is a result of what you were saying, Jack, about the three pyramids, or the three up top offense from the Chicago, because if you have two beaters up top exerting pressure, you can pick off those passes on the sides, and unless you're getting the ball down low, it's really difficult to make that offense happen for the North.
Yeah, I mean, Chicago's also doing a reverse of that. They're kind of splitting the beaters between the portion of the field above the hoops and the portion of the field behind the hoops, right? So when the ball goes down there, there's usually a Meowstar beater to end the play. Here we go again. Chicago in a diamond, passing it around.
14 beat just misses, just over the head of Petrelli, but they are able to recollect that. Let's see if they can respace out here. 14 dodging around that, but beat there. Great beat by Serna Diaz. A lot of power on that to stop that drive, and the ball is turned over to the Embers.
Yeah, I mean, once again, Embers have control. They stop the drive. Now let's see if they can use that control to get some points on the board.
Yeah, this is probably one of the, newer times that we've seen that the Embers have had control of this game. We'll see if they can maintain it. If they're able to do that, I think they can kind of claw back into this early lead that North was able to collect. Pass over to Smiley on the wing. Looking for a shot. Pump fake. Just out. Oh, some confusion there. It looks like it was just outside, and the play goes on over Petrelli here. Not Petrelli, sorry. Pilati. Knocked down there and collected. Great work there. Nice swat there by Petrelli, actually there, getting a hand on the ball and getting that turnover happening. Pilati able to cause that turnover at the keeper zone. Taking advantage of that substitution, and I mean, Pilati just hustling through, getting that goal in. That's a great play, individual effort play by them. Recognizing there's not a dodgeball to stop them pushing over to get that illegal reset, and they're able to clean up on that, pushing through two defenders to get that goal.
Yeah, I mean, this year in MLQ, we've seen a lot of aggressive defense right out of the zone, because we can get that turnover as soon as the quad ball goes back into the zone. You saw the Embers do that right there to get their second goal in this game.
The ball just turned over a little bit high on that. O'Brien trying to get a look behind hoops, and it's just floated a little bit over. But that is the correct look that you want against this defense who's playing their beaters up higher. Just a little bit lighter on that pass, and that's a really good look from them. Yeah, Ruffalo with the ball up top.
Looks like the Embers are taking things slow to wait for that beater advantage, and it looks like they have it.
Naim Pilati, though, looking for a drive again. Once again behind hoops. Looks for it, and it is good.
Yeah, and the Embers went on a 3-0 run here when they had bludger control. Looks like the team that's having control is having a lot of success in this game.
Yep. Just like how you said in the initial couple of games, Jack, that control does matter a lot for these teams, especially on defense, preventing the other team from scoring. The styles that they're playing are working really well when they have two. And so when you have one, though, that kind of breaks down a little bit, and it gives the other team opportunities to score. Anaya with the ball, number 1 for the Meowstars. We see a 1.5 play from Ojas. See if it opens up an opportunity. Shot is good in middle hoop. Great shot there by Unariden, getting that opportunity, and that was opened up by Ojas with that physicality there.
Yeah, I mean, the Meowstars did a great job there taking out that bludger, and they were able to hold their own bludger with that 1.5 play. They sent the ball behind hoops for an easy shot. Once again, Meowstars had control. They used it to their advantage.
Yep. And as we see here, it looks like Boston, or the Embers, are going to take their time out here and try to recalibrate a little bit. I think they're realizing that control is the name of the game here, and from the initial 2 games, when the Embers had control, they were really dominating in that upper half of the offense. So if they're able to maintain control, and maybe implement some of the plays that North is running, like 1.5, to try to maintain control while exerting pressure, you're gonna have a lot of success there in keeping up the score, bringing that 3-goal increase back up to a tie game.
Yeah. If you're the Embers here, what are the adjustments you're making?
I'm thinking definitely like what we just talked about with other ways to get control without expending your dodgeball. You could run some more physical plays. I think each team can learn a little bit from each other about that. Like what we see from like number 10 on Meowstars, Ojas, is like he is doing a really good job at creating contact opportunities, and we haven't seen a ton of contact coming from the East Embers, for the exception of Sabatino on their defense actually stripping the ball a couple of times. But if you're able to see that on an offense and just getting in the way of the kind of split beating that's happening from the North, you would have a lot of success there. Yeah.
Something I've been noticing is when the Embers do send the ball behind hoops, the Meowstars beaters are really splitting there. They could coordinate that with the beaters, and they can recover on the beater that doesn't go behind hoops. That creates a 2-on-1 opportunity to gain control back. Maybe the Embers can capitalize here, get control back from the Meowstars, and go on a run. The other side of the story is the Meowstars are running a very, very what I call traditional Chicago offense, right? With the 3 up top, moving the ball around and then waiting for their beaters to create that opportunity before hitting the lane. In some of the earlier games, it seemed like the Meowstars were just ready to hit the lane, not waiting for the beaters to create the opportunities. They've really made the right adjustments here in Game 3, taking advantage of those beater opportunities they're creating so they can come in from the top.
Yeah, that's a great point, Jack. Turning to our brooms here, we have Embers with the quad ball. Control still on the side of the Meowstars, though. We'll see how the Embers look to gain control here on this offense. Alright. With Sabatino with the dodgeball alongside number 82, Schwiebert. Looking to maybe get control off of Ojas here. 34. Ruffalo with the ball, takes a shot.
Wow!
Ojas with the play to knock the quad ball out of the air and prevent that shot. Wow, what an incredible play by them. You don't usually see that where a beater opts to use their dodgeball to knock that ball in the air. But I think Ojas wanted to take things into his own hands, recognizing that middle hoop is an option for them and trying to take that away.
Yeah, I mean, how often do you see that in MLQ games? Not that often. I mean, Ryan, you're leading the league in stops, and I don't think I've seen you do that once all year.
Okay. Yeah, I got to learn a little bit from Ojas there. Have some more hype plays as part of my kit. And maybe I'll do that against you, Jack, when you look for that middle hoop. But back into the play here, we see that Matthew is just really good on those cuts, especially on that medium hoop for them. This game, we saw it right on the run-up that Matthew was able to get that just quick dish and dunk from that positioning, and we see that once again. So great positioning from him on that.
Yeah, once again, really coming from that traditional 3 up top Chicago offense, looking for that opportunity to come from the side. Worked out really well there for the Meowstars.
There we go. We have a turnover in the backfield because of that split beating from the North, but we might see a transition because the beaters are tied up behind the hoops. We see Anaya trying to take this opportunity. Ruffalo meeting and getting that wrap down. Anaya getting wrapped there. Gets the ball out, but still a fight. Be out there, though, and it is turnover by the Embers. Great point defense there from Ruffalo to wrap up Anaya there. And I think from the North, even though you have those dodgeballs down, just making sure you have enough time to get your pass options available as lanes there.
I've been seeing a lot of really great wraps this series. I mean, these are some really difficult wraps to make in transition, and the Meowstars and the Embers have done a great job stopping them.
Yeah, it just looks like it's just a turnover from a lofted pass from Smiley, fortunately going out of bounds. I believe Embers beater tried to save it with the dodgeball, but it's not able to make that happen. Although they are trying to press the advantage here on a press, it looks like. with 1, but they're able to get it back home and get that beat off on Petrelli. Great work from them, recognizing that they don't need to be so aggressive there with 1. I think beater number 31 made the right decision there, Hillman, making sure they're able to get that dodgeball home instead of throwing beats out there where you could get caught out. They're able to stop that drive.
Yeah, I mean, this is just fantastic defense from the Embers. I mean, these were 2 fast break opportunities that they've been able to shut down.
Smiley up over to Shaw. Chasing now here, driving in, and picked off by Matthew. They were trying to get that medium hoop look again.
And it looks
Smiley.
like...
But Marcos answers with a drive there. Easy fast break for him. And the North continues their dominance of shutting down that medium hoop opportunity.
Yeah, and they also just got bludger control off that play. And they are looking to apply some pressure here. And the beat up... Oh, it's a missed beat up top, but another beat up top is going to create another transition opportunity for the Meow Stars. And it looks like the Meow Stars are going to take a 9-3 lead after that fantastic transition opportunity.
Yep, great goal from number 14 on the Meow Stars, Una Reeton. But you have to give credit to the Meow Star beaters for opening the opportunity up. We have in there, I believe that's Rodriguez and also Bauer, recognizing that they can press there with 2 and really opening up that opportunity, beating out so many of the players, leaving nobody to stop that drive there. And we're seeing the same thing once again, just a little bit inaccurate on those beats. That medium hoop look again for East, trying to force it, but Bauer gets back in and gets that beat in the turnover.
Yeah, the Meow Stars doing a great job shutting down these opportunities by the hoops.
Yep, and I think that the Embers really have to figure out a way to find a different look other than that medium hoop. They've gotten a little too used to that cut in that dish and dunk that the North has really just adapted to it. Even in Game 2, they were shutting it down. In Game 3, they haven't got a single look on it. Block shot. Really nice work there by number 6, Blanchfield, getting that block in there. A wrap there in the middle there. Bauer on the ground with the dodgeball. Can they maintain control without sacrificing quad ball? Oh, and a beat.
Wow.
By number 32. That is Abbott, we talked about in Game 2, being really strong with their beat partner who is in right now. Ball recovered by 37 in the backfield. Passed over. Number 37, Nam, looking for opportunity. Looks for a shot. No good, but picked up by Blanchfield. And it is good on the other side.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a stoppage here. There's definitely some interesting play around the bludgers. I mean, the Embers did a fantastic job regaining control and then scoring on offense on the last possession before Flagrunner on pitch. I mean, this is exactly the kind of play you needed as the Embers to catch fire during the Flagrunner game.
Yeah, great work on that wordplay there, Jack. I have to ask, so in this game what we've seen is at the start of this Flagrunner pitch that the East has been in the lead, but now the North kind of has the lead here. How do you expect this game to kind of turn out? What are your predictions considering that Flagrunner pitch has been so strong for the East, especially when they have control and they just got in this possession? What do you think is going to happen in this next couple minutes?
Yeah, I mean, there are 2 ways to look at it. The first is you just want to maintain your lead, focus quad ball. You are clearly controlling the game when the flag is not on pitch. So you focus quad ball, you extend your lead out, and then if the Embers catch, that's okay. You still extended your quad ball lead. The other way to look at it is if you have confidence in your seeker, you go straight for that catch and you try and regain control on the first play and then go after the seeker every time.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they opt for here. We would say we could maybe look towards the MLQ teams for to see if there's any inspiration in terms of strategy, but I think Chicago has kind of done things on both ends before. They're very good at being fluid on that Flagrunner on pitch and opting between that Flagrunner and the quad ball game when it's really important. So we'll see if maybe the gameplay switches on and off. They might have to adjust halfway through, and we'll see if they're able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because when Chicago typically runs their Flagrunner on pitch offense, they still like to run the 3 up top diamond. It's not like it's Alright, sorry for the technical difficulties there. It looks like my co-commentator Ryan is going to be flag running this game. As we were talking, about flag runner on pitch strategies, we'll see what the Embers come out with here, but they've been extremely dominant on the flag runner on pitch period through the first 2 games. Alright, looks like we're about to get started here for this flag runner on pitch period. Alright, and looks like we are resuming play. The set score will be 150. It'll be interesting to see what the Meow Stars do here, if they want to continue focusing quad ball and try and just get 6 quick goals, or if they want to focus on the flag runner. The Embers have been really dominant on flag runner on pitch, so the Meow Stars might want to still maintain their main focus on quad ball. And the Meow Stars doing a great job moving the ball around. And the shot is no good. And it's going to go to the Embers. It looks like the flag runner is having no beater attention around, so most of the dodgeballs are going to be focused on quad ball here. The Embers are getting a lot of alone time with the flag runner, doing a great job maximizing those opportunities with their control. Oh, and Ojas is going to take the bludger away to give the Meow Stars control back. And it looks like the Embers are going to score in the quad ball game, making it 90-50. This could be the opportunity for the Embers to come back into this game. Meow Stars are slowing down the pace on offense, trying to give their seeker as much opportunity with the flag runner as possible. And it looks like the Embers are going to steal that quad ball, and they're going to start heading back on offense. We're seeing some more dodgeballs surrounding the flag runner when the Meow Stars are on offense, and it seems that when the Embers are on offense, the Ember seeker is getting some alone time with the flag runner. This is a good opportunity for the Embers, as there are no dodgeballs in the quad ball game, and it looks like they're going to score, making it 90-60. The Embers are coming in hot with a 2-0 run onto this flag runner on pitch period.
Let's go, Andy!
And it looks like we're going to have some more time with the Embers, having time with the flag runner. And the ball's going to move over on the Embers side. Once again, the Dodgeballs are seeming to be in control of the Embers, and the Embers are going to score again, making it 70-90 for the Embers. So the Embers have gone on a 3-0 run to start this Flagrunner on pitch period, and they're getting a lot of alone time with the Flagrunner. The Embers have been dominant post 20 minutes, and it looks like the Embers are going to get another fast break opportunity here. And the Meow Stars beater gets a good job getting back in the play, but number 34 is going to finish it off, adding another goal for the Embers. They went on a 40-0 run to start this Flagrunner on pitch period. And now the Embers are one goal away from tying this game. The Meow Stars have been without control this whole Flagrunner on pitch period, and it has proven to be of great advantage for the Embers. And the Embers are going to keep pushing the aggression here on offense or on defense, and it's going to pay off. Some really good ball movement from the Embers, and it's a goal for the Embers. They've now tied it up for the Flagrunner on pitch period. It's now the first of 6, with the Flagrunner being worth 35. Could you ask for a more closer game 3? And the Meow Stars are unable to connect on that shot, but it was a great attempt. The Embers are going to be able to slowly walk up the quad ball, likely because they want to maintain dodgeball, or they want to be able to regain control on this play. The Embers Seeker's having a lot of alone time with the snitch. This is what you want if you're on the Embers. The Meow Stars are able to get the stop and maintain control, but the Ember Seeker is getting some good looks here. Embers Beer is doing a great job on giving them that opportunity. And now the Meow Star Beater is going to come into the play to give their Seeker some looks on the Flagrunner. Meanwhile, the Meow Stars offense is looking to push the pace a little. And the Embers are going to take a quick beat up top. And we're going to be having a quick stoppage here. I mean, this has been a really interesting Flagrunner on pitch period. It looks like the Embers have been getting a huge lead in the quad ball game because they're using control to their advantage, and the Meow Stars are unable to connect even when they've had control only for 1 or 2 possessions. As we've seen with a lot of games this season, control entering Flagrunner on pitch is a huge determination in how a team's going to start the Flagrunner on pitch period. And looks like we're going to resume play here. The Embers are going to come up with the quad ball. Looks like they're going to be looking to make... Yep, looks like they're going to be looking to push the pace a little here. And they're going to slow it down to give their Seeker some time with the Flagrunner. The Embers are doing a great job slowing it down on offense to give their Seeker looks. This is really what we see from a lot of the high-level MLQ teams. And the Embers are doing a great job of doing that here. Ooh, a great look from the Ember Seeker. Ember's doing a great job moving the ball around. Oh, what a finish by number 71. Smiley with the fantastic catch and finish on the medium hoop. And the Embers have taken the lead after having come into the Flagrunner on pitch period down 90-40. They are now up 100-90. The Embers and the Meow Stars are going to do a sub at Seeker here. And it looks like they're going to call no goal there. And the Embers have a fast break opportunity, and we have a stoppage. And it looks like the Ember Seeker is going to have a blue card for an illegal swat. Seeker swatting is new this season, and these Seeker cards for illegal swats have been really prominent throughout the MLQ season. Once again, the Embers are up 10, and we're going to 150. So the Embers are 5 goals away, while the Meow Stars are a full 6. The Meow Stars are going to be able to walk the quad ball up here to give their Seeker some time alone with the Flagrunner. They really want to maximize this opportunity with the Ember Seeker in the penalty box. Oh, and a beautiful dish and dunk, giving them a score of 100. That's their first goal on the Flagrunner on pitch period to tie the game. It's now 100-100, first to 5. And the Embers burn out their penalty here. And the Embers once again moving the ball well behind hoops. They're slowing down their pace of their play to give their Seeker some time with the Flagrunner. And it looks like the Embers are going to fall just short of that goal. That was a great shot attempt. Just bounced off the rim of that middle hoop. And the Meow Stars coming in looking for the shot, but it gets blocked. Looks like the Embers are going to walk up the quad ball. They are in no rush. They've had a great time on this Flagrunner on pitch period, maintaining control and giving their Seekers looks. They're doing a great job slowing down the quad ball game to give their Seekers looks. It's also been some really great ball movement from the Embers. They're doing a fantastic job passing the ball around the Meow Stars defense. And it looks like there's going to be a shot there from number 34 to give the Embers a lead. It's now 110-100. This is the Embers' second lead of the game. Both their leads coming from the Flagrunner on pitch period. And the Meow Stars are going to answer with another goal to tie the game at 110. We have a really close game on our hands here. The Embers are going to do a great job slowing the pace down to give their Seekers some looks here. It seems like whenever they have the quad ball, the Meow Stars beaters are focusing quad ball, which is a fantastic idea. But the Embers are doing a great job countering that by slowing the quad ball down and giving their Seekers look. And it's going to pay off here. It looks like a flag catch from number 9. The refs are going to talk this one over, but it looked like a clean catch from here. This would be huge. And it looks like the Embers catch is good, giving them 145 points there now. 1 goal away from hitting set score. The Embers have a no-bludger situation, and it looks like they will win the game. Wow. What a game there. The Embers take it 155 to 110. When we had a tie game at 110. The Embers did a great job slowing down the quad ball in order to catch and then get the goal on the no dodgeball situation. What a fantastic job by the East Embers. They're just absolutely incredible at doing the right thing to ensure they win the game. So the Embers proved dominant in this one, but the Meow Stars definitely put up a really great fight here. And, yeah, just keep an eye out on these players because a lot of them will be on MLQ main rosters next year, and it will be here where they make their debut.
Thank you. We're doing a work.
Make sure to tune in for the medal ceremony after this game. And after that, you can check out what's happening on Pitch 1, where we still have our semifinals going on before the MLQ Championship Finals match. That will be it for me and Ryan. Thank you so much for tuning in. Stick around for the medals, and thanks again.
Thank you everyone for watching 2023 Next Gen Showcase. Woo! First we have our runners up, Chicago Meow Stars.
Yeah, and I think it's important to recognize, I don't know, Jack, if you already talked about this, but these players are just starting their quad ball careers, right? What we're seeing from them already is some really good strategies, right? We're seeing them try out beaters behind the hoops, in front of the hoops. We're seeing them try out different offenses and different techniques too, passing and dunking on hoops, right? These are 2 practice squads that have a lot of future ahead of them.
Yeah, I mean, this is really just a great showcase for the Chicago program, who has a lot of the Meow Stars, and a lot of the Titans and Forge programs on the East team as well. Definitely will showcase some.
And now give it up for your 2023 Next Gen Showcase champions, East Embers.
Yeah, as I was mentioning, this is definitely a really great showcase for the futures of these 2 programs.
I think something, I know I was on the field during that Flagrunner on pitch, but I don't know if Jack, you noticed this, but I felt like there was a lot more split play happening.
Yep.
There was a lot more quadball play. I think because as things got tighter, they realized that each team needed a little more help on the dodgeball end of things. And so and what we saw in the other two games was more of like an East dominance, controlling the kind of the snitch area and just giving their secret looks. But this was pretty back and forth when they were kind of splitting off, and that's really high level like awareness from beaters, knowing when to switch on and off and things.
Yep, I was talking about how the Embers beaters did a fantastic job of slowing the game down on offense to give their seekers some looks, and it really paid off.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think also something I want to commemorate for those two teams is just the level of communication I was seeing on the field. Like there's a good amount of MLQ teams out there that just aren't communicating on the level that these two teams are. Yeah. I hear teams asking for taps, asking for seekers to get out and things like that, and that's something that is really impressive, and it's hard to kind of build that confidence, especially for newer players to communicate. You might think like, oh, I'm just new, like I don't have much to say, but your communication matters a lot, and I think both of these teams displayed that in dividends.
Yep. All right. It looks like that will do it for us here. So thank you again for tuning in. Make sure to catch the action on pitch 1. We have our MLQ Championship semifinal and final happening this afternoon. So definitely catch those games. And hopefully we'll see you on pitch 1.
Yeah, thanks so much.